And we are starting. Cool. Let's get a little bit more. Alright, hello. Table, we are maybe painting, maybe making progress, maybe actually moving along towards completing any of our goals tonight. Hopefully. Maybe. See how well my focus holds up. Do I want to put the heads out? I'll put the heads out later. Just focus on the bases for now. So, for the, third stream in a row, I'm trying to finish these bases. I think most of this week has been dedicated to finishing these bases, and as you can see, it's not even that much. I'm not even sure what happened. I know where we left off. I was considering if I wanted to repaint this whole side to redo the shading here a bit cleaner, but now I'm wondering if I just do the dry brushing, if that wouldn't fix it for me. Also, I need to fix the camera angle, as apparently meaning leaning forward like at all puts my head in front of the camera. I'm not really sure what happened last time I streamed as far as like the camera stuff, but it's about there. Okay. Yeah, alright. How are the people doing? I know, in theory, people have their Space Marine codexes now. I do not yet have mine, as I ordered off the Games Workshop website, which will be a problem I won't be continuing to have in the future, as that check finally arrived, so I will soon be shopping for a car. So now I'll be able to pick it up from my local game store. Much easier. I would reply in Latin, Zafiana, but I am too tired, sorry.
This is the fat rat.
I'm straight with you, I'm pretty tired. I don't know why I'm as tired as I am, but I am. What's up, Diablo? Centurions. The Centurions with Deep Strike. Could you rapid ingress them at end of the opponent's turn, which allows you to move before charging your turn with that worth? Rapid ingress. That's one of the new Space Marine stratagems, correct? Which detachment was that? Rapid Ingress Core. Oh, okay. Hold on. Big book. Okay, so yes, however, it is still super risky, as, you'd be doing it in their movement phase. Which means they'd have a full turn, of being able to shoot and or charge you before you'd be able to do literally anything. So, I mean, yeah, you could, it's just a question, do you want to? For the benefit of the people, of everyone else, Diablo and, or, yeah, don't read this, we're discussing in DMs previously about, apparently, Uriel Ventress has an ability that would allow you to take a full squad of, a full Centurion Assault Squad, and Deep Strike them. And now we're just trying to figure out if there's any particular reason you would want to do that. As it's Deep Strike in an age of good transports. I need way more of this paint off this brush for this to work. I am preparing to dry brush with Tyrant Skull. And for some reason, my Tyrant Skull is very wet for a dry paint. And I'm wondering if I didn't actually want to use a softer brush. No, I think this is good now. Alright, let's see how this works. I think I made the whole thing too dark. Second row shading, I don't know. Deep Strike Centurion's Repulsor or Storm Raven Eradicators, maybe. So if you were going to do Centurions, because they're already pretty high investment but very high impact, I would want to maximize that, so I'd be going for 6, which means you probably need a Spartan to pull that off, which is Spartan is not necessarily a bad vehicle. It kind of depends on if the people you're playing don't mind Forge World. I know I am going with Storm Raven Eradicators myself. I'm sticking 6 Eradicators and a Storm Raven with a Ballistus Dreadnought. That's a part of my list that I'm working on. And Eradicators do seem to be they continue to be one of the key Space Marine anti-armor units. Honestly, if anything, if you are considering Uriel Ventress at all, using Uriel Ventress to deep strike a unit, like a 6-man unit of Eradicators, that would be worth it. Here's the thing, deep strike can be extremely strong, just I think it is strongest not with melee units, but with short range gun squads. Like either a Devastator squad with multi-meltas, or even better, an Eradicator squad. And I think they're better because they get the full rerolls. I think that's the way to go, because that 9 inches, you are in... Or was it just outside 9 inches? Hold on. I don't... Hold on, I gotta find what exactly used to melt it. You might be just outside Melta range, but you'd be inside the +1 strength from the Firestorm Assault Course. Be absolutely sure. Melta's half range. And Eradicators. And those cards over here. 18 inches. So Deep Strike would be just outside 9 inches, so yeah, you would not be in Melta range, so you wouldn't get the extra damage, but you would be able to get +1 strength. You also have Squad of Termies, determine Captain Aggressors with a character with Blade runs deep ideas. Yeah, that actually is probably the way better version. Let me find the wording for that one again. Infiltrate, yeah. See, that's the strong version, like I was mentioning before, with Raven Guard. Raven Guard with Assault Centurions were super broken before because it was deploying within 9 inches, not deep striking. Which means they could then, for full clarity of the entire combo, like if you wanted to go whole hog within and have a guaranteed charge, what you would do is you'd have a you'd have pretty much any character, really, actually. It didn't really matter. There were ways of buffing it further using, say, a chaplain. That was probably the best way of going about it, because you could give additional bonuses as well. But as far as getting the charge in, you'd give them two. You take Master Rifle with Pats, so you get 2 Warlord traits. You take Master of Ambush, so you could then infiltrate them, which means you deploy them 9 inches away from enemy models or their deployment zone. And then you would take Swift and Deadly, so they could have advance and charge. So then on the first turn, if they're still alive, if you went second, you would then move them 4 inches, advance, and then if it was 4 or higher on an advance roll, so 1 in 2 chance, you would be at 1 inch. And then you could charge. And the melter rifles were assault weapons, so you could still shoot. And it was absolutely disgusting. It was so bad they had to rule out Centurions from being able to be used with Master of Ambush, like, entirely. Like, keyword fix. Because there was nothing that could stop that in the game, pretty much. Like, your only hope would be to bubble wrap stuff you didn't want to die with expendable stuff to absorb the initial charge of the Centurions. Biologists with Eradicators and Blade runs deep. You know, yeah, that seems pretty good, actually. That would be a good use of that, yeah. Because then they would have lethal hits, for auto-wounding, which, you know, you get a decent number of shots with that. Then you get reroll hits, so it's more likely to get that lethal hits. Reroll the wound, more likely to wound, and then reroll damage. Yeah, that seems a pretty good way of doing it. Question then is, though, what's the rest of your list look like, and what are they doing concerning the abilities that Vanguard gets them? Because that detachment buffs that concept very well, but that's a rather small part of your army. Even if you went a full 6-man unit, that's only what? Where's my list numbers? Biologist 55 plus Blade runs deep is 25, so that's 80 points, 6 Eradicators, 190, so that's 250 points of your 2,000 point armor, so it's just over 10% of your army. What's the rest of your army doing with the Vanguard buffs, quote unquote? Like, I'm kind of wondering if, well, that's a really good anti-armor option. I'm kind of wondering if a giant 10 stack of Terminators with a Terminator character might not be the better go. If just because that's a much tougher block for board presence. Because you need something to hold that midfield. Like, you have other good options that completely, without reliance on the detachment, to get into good play, you know? Like a Storm Raven with Eradicators, for example, will turn 1 have the exact same effect as Blade runs deep, honestly. You won't have the Biologist buff if you go for a full 6-man, but you can get the exact same outcome. You could also use a Land Raider and get the same outcome. Really, any transport that can transport Eradicators, you can get them in turn 1 right there. But a 10 stack of Terminators, that's pretty hard to get there turn 1 otherwise. That's probably your best outcome. Because remember, with my list, with Firestorm, I'll have 6 Eradicators basically anywhere I want them to be turn 1. That part's not actually that hard. Terminators with Terminate Cap already have Deep Strike and reroll charges. Yeah, but they can't Deep Strike turn 1. That's where that enhancement actually changes the game. Because with good transports, you can get basically anything else there. You'd have to bring a... Can a Spartan even bring? Let me pull up the Spartan rules. Yeah, because you gotta, like, think... There are way stronger buffs through other detachments, right? Like, let's be honest. There are way stronger buffs elsewhere. So, you gotta figure out what does Vanguard get you that you can't get elsewhere. Like, that's why you would take Vanguard. Trying to find the Spartan here. There's the Typhon, so we're close. Cerberus, Spartan, okay. Transport 28 and Terminator takes space of 2, so you can bring 14 Terminators with a Spartan or 3, was that 9? I think 9 Centurions. 9 times 3, 27, yeah. So you could do a Spartan for a full stack, actually, as an option. And they would be able to charge after that, because Spartan has the assault ramp. The Land Raider Crusader has the largest Land Raider. Transport, how many is that? 16. So you only take 8 Terminators with that. Or... Oh, you can take 6 Centurions. 8 times 3? No, it's 24. No, sorry, 6 times 3. That's 18. Sorry, you can take 5 Centurions. Alright, so yeah. If you can play Forge World and you can take a Spartan, then you can take your 6 Centurions plus a couple other people doing whatever. Because what? 3 times 6, yeah, 18. Then you have 10. You could, in a Spartan, take 6 Centurions and 10, like, Intercessors. Or up to 5 Gravis or Jump Pack. So, Jump Pack guys. I don't know if you would bother with a Jump Pack. Put a Jump Pack in there, but 5 Gravis guys. So, you could take, like, yeah. Anyway. Crusader can carry 6 Centurions? No, because it's per 3 and adds 16 transport capacity. So you can take 5. But yeah, if you take a Spartan, though. So actually, yeah, if you take a Spartan... Okay. If your local... If wherever you're playing does not allow Forge World Legends, then yes, Vanguard is the only way you're putting a 10... really, it would be up to a 12 stack. That's the largest Terminator squad you could run. That's the only way you're getting a 12 stack of Terminators into the middle of the map. And that's like 500 odd points. It's something like 500 points and stuff. Very, very tough stuff. It's going to hold the line. Has good damage output, both in shooting and melee. But if your local area allows for Forge World Legends, then take a Spartan. They will be anywhere you want to with the ability to charge. And shoot. And honestly, go with Firestorm, because then they'd all have... all their shooting would be +1 strength. All of their Storm Bolters are now strength 5. Which means you're going to rip apart Space Marines. Because it's all those shots at, which, I mean, if you do it with a Librarian and Terminator armor, that's with sustained hits 1. Yeah, it's all sustained hits 1, strength 5, Stormbolters. And then Terminator Ancient is the other one you can attach onto there alongside any of the other characters. And then they're all +1 OC. So that's like, what, 24 OC, I think? All with 4-up invulns. Oof. With the Spartan. Now, granted, it's way more points. It's like nearly half your list. But that half the list isn't moving easy. So yeah, it's this really weird thing where, like, Deep Strike and Infiltrate shenanigans are, like, in very tough competition with transports, because we actually have good transports, like, across the board. Here's where Vanguard makes sense, I think. I think Vanguard makes sense when you want to bring so much infantry to do so many different things in so many different places that you don't have points for transports. You're not bothering with transports because you want more infantry. But what are you doing with the infantry that the transports can't do? Which is kind of weird now, because short of doing, like, action-based, or what used to be called action-based secondaries, Bang also lets you move your Phobos units to get secondary. I mean, yeah, it's a thing. Oh, my ears are so itchy lately. Jeez. Yes. Basically, you are trying to... I think well... Here's the problem. It's still fairly easy to kill Phobos. I mean, I guess the idea is that you're gonna be jumping to hopefully outside of enemy range guns. Well, no, because if you're jumping, you can pop out and pop back in. Yeah. Here's the problem. If the secondaries are anywhere near enemies, like, if the enemy has good board control, you're screwed. Instantaneous. Like, if you're facing, like, say, Tyrannid Horde or orcs that really like swarms right now, like, orcs love going to horde mode currently. If you face that, you're screwed. You don't have any options. Because here's the thing. Because transports are good, that means everyone else can be really fast too. We're not the only fast ones. Which means they can threaten our deployment zone quickly. And if you're trying to just pop in Phobos into the enemy area, if they have a lot of units, it's going to be hard to grab any space in there to begin with. And then once you're in there, they're pretty easy to kill. That's the balancing act you're going to have to do, is just try to... because also, you get defense buffs at over 12 inches away. The board's not that big. At its widest, it's going to be, what is it, 48 inches? But transports, again, are like a thing that everyone has now. And vehicles are tough, so a lot of people like bringing vehicles, and vehicles are fast. You see how all of this, like, makes it, like, real hard? Like, take it from a seasoned Raven Guard player. I've played 2 editions of my only hope is pulling off these kinds of movement shenanigans, because I was blocked into having to use these kinds of shenanigans. And the time I was winning the most was either when I completely ignored these shenanigans for maximum firepower, or when I used the movement shenanigans to be highly, highly aggressive. Playing Caddy never worked. Never worked, because either the cattiness didn't work and they played ultra aggressive and just killed me, or they just used my caddy, squirreliness, I guess. They pushed me out of being near the objectives. Like, I couldn't actually get into the objectives because I played better being away from them, but they were going towards the objectives. The idea was to set up a mean melee wall and rest the army is fun with vehicles and movement. Okay, so why don't you do Stormlance then? Linking, and you're fast and can hit him hard with that melee wall. Or yeah, I mean, if you're going for a mean melee wall, like Stormlance with a bunch of jump pack intercessors, like, it's really hard to do better than that. Cladius Assassin with a 1 enhancement from Vanguard, you could make rerolls cost 3 CP. True, but how much is that going to affect the game reliably? Here's another thing I had to learn with, like, from all the Raven Guard stuff. The old Raven Guard Codex had a lot of abilities that, if they came up, would ruin your opponent's day. But it came up in like 1 out of every 5 games. Rerolls, you can do 1 per phase, and we don't have a lot of CP to be constantly using them. Back in 9th edition, when we had like 16 CP depending on what was going on at any one time, yeah, the impact of like the increased CP would hurt less, but also it came up late. That's why vecting was such like a big deal. I think more people now are playing around not having to use stratagems like that as part of their strategy, like rerolls, because they know they're not going to get that much access to them. I think. I could be wrong, but like that's how I would view, how I've generally been viewing that. When I was depending a lot on stratagem, it was back when I had a bunch of captains. I mean, I'm still gonna have 2 captains on my list. I could have captains give me free free stratagems, and those are the only stratagems I'm really looking hard at are battle tactics, because I can get them for free. You have so low CP. Yeah, I would nuke their command rerolls, but is that worth the points? I mean, maybe it is. I'm not saying all these ideas are like terrible. I'm just giving like the I'm naismithing them. Look for weaknesses. They have one big mean stratagem immolation profile, and you could save it for that. That's true. But what if they don't have a big main stratagem? Or they're like me and focus on stratagems that they can use for free. Use your best judgment. Also, the 0 CP ability still gets increased to 2. The stratagem would be in future uses, but the use of it through the captain would still be 0 CP when used through the captain. It's just if you wanted to use it a second time. Hold on, let me see if I can find anything on that. Rules commentary. Oh, actually, this might be in the balanced data slate. Okay, modifying a stratagem's CP cost. Rules that modify the CP cost of a stratagem when you target a particular unit can only do so for a stratagem that targets multiple units if every unit you target has the same ability to modify the CP of a stratagem. Rules that modify the CP cost of a stratagem but do not specify the name of stratagem can only be used to affect the CP cost of battle tactic stratagems. This does not apply to Aircast, Colossus, Strength, Colossus, or Towering Wraith construct abilities. Example 1. A Captain's Rated Battle ability enables that model to be targeted by a stratagem for 0 CP. This ability does not specifically name a stratagem, and so can only be used for a battle tactic stratagem for 0 CP. Azerman's Tactical Acumen ability, however, enables you to target. Okay, so that's that. A Calidus Assassin's Reign of Confusion ability, when used, increases the cost of one of your opponent's stratagems by 1 CP. This ability does not specifically name a stratagem, so it can only be used to increase the CP cost of a battle tactic stratagem. Okay. Let me find the Calidus Assassin's rules real quick. And find agents of the Imperium. Okay, Reign of Confusion. Once per battle, after your opponent uses a stratagem, the small can use this ability. If it does, until the end of the battle, the CP cost of your opponent must pay to use that stratagem again is increased by 1 CP. Okay, and then when I look at the rights of battle, once per battle round, one unit from your army with this ability can be targeted by a stratagem for 0 CP, even if another unit for your army has already been targeted by a stratagem that fits. Okay, so how that would work is, I would say with my captain, say, they're going to use this battle tactic stratagem. It's going to be 0 CP. You hit Reign of Confusion. So that 1 CP stratagem becomes 2 CP going forward, but if I were to use my captain and use it again later, it's still 0 CP when using it through the captain, because the captain, at the moment of using it, makes it 0 CP. But if I use it through any other means, or through normal means, I guess, it would be now 2 CP. Right, yeah. Yeah, because it says the CP cost your opponent must pay to use a stratagem again is increased by 1 CP. So it's later, but at the moment of using it, the captain makes a 0 CP. Also, it has to be a battle tactic. That's how I'm understanding it anyway, based on just like the sequence of the wording. Where's the other thing I wanted to look at here? Where'd it go? So yeah, like Armor Contempt, it's 1 CP. Captain uses it, or I use Armor Contempt period. In any regard, like I use it, it's 1 CP. You make it 1 CP in the future. Then a captain tries to use it later. It would be 2 CP, but because captain writes a battle, it's 0 CP. Yeah, it's still 0 through the captain because it's what the captain specifically does. But it has to be a battle tactic. And if it's used normally, 1 CP on, say, a group of intercessors or whatever, it's just by themselves, then that is now 2 CP. Yeah.
Something's gonna bring the change. Journeys we are meant to take. Something at the edge of space, calling us to fly away.
Yeah, I feel like if it overwrote that, even if it made like captains have to do it like 1 CP or anyone else that has an ability like that, everyone would be running Calidus Assassins right now. It'd be one of the most popular units in Imperial armies. Because man, that messes with a lot of people. Pretty hard. But what it does do is it makes sure that certain really strong battle tactics are not being consistently spammed, you know, every potential phase. Yeah, because it would cost too much. Like if I was running Gladius and I wanted to run Storm of Fire twice, you know, every single shooting phase, you would make that pretty prohibitive because it would now cost me 2 CP. Which in effect does kind of nullify the captain in a way. Or not nullify it, but greatly diminishes the value of the captain. But doesn't break it. Because I still get the 1 and it does save me the CP to use on something else. It's just not doubling up that particular battle tactic. I'd have to use it on something else. So I like the idea of deep striking a Centurion squad because reasons. I mean, fair enough. Hey, you do what you want. I'm just letting you know from all my experience deep striking stuff. Deep striking, abnormal deep strike stuff. You know, whatever. I don't think deep striking is nearly as potent, at least as far as using it to charge people. You still can't double up captain abilities, right? No. Like, if you have 2 captains, you can't, Actually, hold on. I gotta read it again. Oh, no, because it says once per battle round. So, no. What having multiple captains does is it just gives you multiple squads you could pull the free one on. It gives you more flexibility, it doesn't give you more output. Yeah, once per battle round, 1 unit from your army with this ability can be targeted by a stratagem for 0 CP. Even if another unit from your army has already been targeted by that stratagem this phase. Yeah. So captains increase your flexibility, not your out. Man, you know how many captains people would probably be running right now then? Because I've already have made several lists with 2 captains. I could see people running like 4 or 5 captains. Because every type of captain has rights of battle, so you could just have every unit that you could possibly stick a captain into, you stick a captain into, because it's free stratagems. In addition to the other stuff they give you, like the Terminator 1 re-roll to charges. What's up, sir? You ever just cram an entire $5 Han ready down in about 10 minutes, then curl up into a food coma? No. I don't even know what a Han ready is. Is that like a Hot Pocket? I'm feeling that, Mr. Krabs. I have not watched much SpongeBob, but I might be Mr. Krabs. That might be real. Hey, sorry, you ever have a rogue with 24 AC and has disadvantage to hit them? Because I did that. I did that in Baldur's Gate. Oh, she's just $5 Honda ready pepperoni pizza. Oh. What's the big deal about Blade Guard? Bet everyone seems to be liking them. Good question. I have to check again. Man, I wish I had a new codex so I knew for sure that what I was looking at was correct, but I mean, based on the index one anyway, I can tell you that. Oop. Okay, so Blade Guard Veteran School. So their main weapons: Mastercrafted Power Weapon, 4 attacks per. So you're thinking up to 24 attacks. Hangout 3, Strength 5, Neg 2, 2 damage. So pretty good anti-marine profile. At the start of the fight phase, you can select one of the following abilities to apply to models in this unit until the end of the phase. Either on a melee attack, reroll a hit roll of 1, or an invuln saving throw is made for a model in this unit, reroll a saving throw of 1. So you get, because you get a 3 out of 4 profile. And a Blade Guard Ancient, you add 1 OC to them, so you're going from like say 6 OC to 12. Once per battle, when this model is selected to fight, you can use this ability. Add 1 to the attacks characteristic of the melee weapons equipped by the model units. It's plus 5 attacks, or plus 6 attacks. Plus 6 attacks, so 5 attacks each. So you go from 24 to 30 attacks. And then you throw in like a captain and a lieutenant. which can have like the same defense profile as well as their offense. Captain is finest hour. They're all tacticus, so they're actually rather cheap to transport because they count as say 9 in total. They're less than the size of a full squad, like a full 10-man squad, so they fit in like most vehicles. So I stop fall for the content. Actually, it's really hard to fall. I still have not actually done it. I even tried a little bit when this chair first broke. This chair is broken, that's why it's like that. Actually, you know what? Give me a minute. I gotta pee, and then when I come back, I'm gonna pull out all the cards that we're gonna dissect why people like the Blade Guard and see what's like the hardest we could possibly push these guys to do damage. And then they're actually probably cheaper. Basically everything melee is good at this year because they get Vice First. Vice First is really, really good. So actually, yeah, that's a good point. You're throwing in Judiciary. I'd have to look to see like which. I think if you do Judiciary, you only get Judiciary. You can't do the Blade Guard Ancient. Ancient you only get if it's Captain, Chapter Master, or 10 with them. If one Captain, Chapter Master, or 10 miles are fantastic. So I'd probably take the Lieutenant over the Ancient, to be honest, because I wouldn't be relying on these guys to my OC in reality. But yeah, okay, yeah, I got pee. I'm getting distracted now. Nice. 1 minute.
Monkeys are confused, always asking why. Monkeys are scared, they don't want to die. Monkeys pray to gods and then they fight about whose god is right. You know it's just another monkey. 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 You know you're 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 just another monkey. When you join the monkey choir, just another monkey. When you learn what it's about, you're just another monkey. When you finally have the fire, you're just another monkey. You can burn the jungle down. You're just another monkey. They're alone in the desert now. They wanna make a fire but don't know how. They're alone in the desert now, trying to survive. They're alone in the desert now. They wanna make a fire but don't know how. They're alone in the desert now, and you're the stupid monkey. You know that you're really smart, always knew it from the start. You have power, you have heart, you could save the planet, but there's stupid monkeys everywhere. They don't give a heck, no, they don't care. Keep everything themselves, they only share tears, no thoughts, and prayer. And they run, run around, around they run. So proud of what they own. And they run, run around they run. Frightened to be alone. Yeah, we run around we run. So proud of what we own.
Okay, I'm back.
And we run around.
Say 2 explorers. 2 explorers is basically just a way of saying Qing comes from an MTG scale where approach cheated through 10 tournaments and made it 2 worlds. Every time someone asked what he was doing, he would say 2 explore and keep playing, and nobody questioned him. For until he reached worlds, he's the only person banned from all of MTG. What does 2 explore mean?
Why don't you sing along, my friend?
Like, what was he doing that made it call it to explore? Unless we just say that, but what was that supposed to mean? Anyway, alright. If we were to min-max to this, min-max Blade Guard, right? We'd want a captain. For me, it's still Primaris captain, but hey, we'll get there. Okay, there's Primaris Lieutenant. Or Apothecary is an option. Chaplain's an option. I guess that's the other thing, is that, like, you can throw in the Librarian's an option. You can... Well, actually, I have to check if these can be attached to Blade Guard, but I'm pretty sure they can be. Captain, Apothecary, Chaplain, Librarian, Justiciar. Can't do a champion anymore, because that's now part of the hero squad. Which means he's just not being used. I apparently don't understand the alphabet because I put J after all my Ks. Oh, I'm not my Discord voice? I should be, but... Okay, I'm in here. You should be aware that I am still going to be dissecting these Warhammer.
Yeah, no, I was just going to explain this and then dip out, because I didn't want to type 10 paragraphs.
Okay. Go for it.
So, there's a mechanic in MTG you'll see sometimes where a card tells you to explore, which is a keyword that says you look at the top card of your library. If it's a land, you play it for free. That's all it does.
Oh, okay.
But playing lands for free is, like, really strong. It's the strongest thing you can do in all of Magic is circumvent the cost of a card. Make it cheaper. Whenever you're playing more lands than your opponent, you're technically making all your things cheaper, so it's really powerful.
Yeah.
This guy would, he played a kind of confusing, he played an explore deck, which what it did is it explored all the time, then you would get benefits for playing those lands. He would do explore once, and then he would just pull 2 lands off the top of his deck, casually. He would do 1 explore, and he would just pull 2 lands, put them on the battlefield. Whenever somebody would be like, yo, what the heck, why'd you put 2 down? Because he would do it so casually, people wouldn't even notice most of the time.
Yeah.
They'd be like, well, why'd you put 2 lands down? He would just say 2 explore. And then keep playing. He'd be like, 2 explore, gonna cast this card, to like try to like push past it. And he did that. He was like already at this point a pro who was like really well known in Magic before he even did this. And then he started doing that, and he just did it and did it and did it all the way up to Worlds. And then he tried to do it in front of a Worlds judge, and they were like, no. Where does that land come from? Not to explore. There's nothing exploring twice. It happened once. And then some people, he got like banned, he got like kicked out of that tournament because of it. And then some people went back and watched a shit ton of old tournament VODs and shit. And just anytime he would say to explore, every single time he said that, he was actively cheating. He never actually did it regularly. So it became a meme to just say to explore. Like to meme that you're cheating,
What? Right, okay.
Well, but you can only have 6 guys per squad. How is it 24 shots? Oh, they to explore.
Yeah, basically.
Just say it casual,
yeah.
The casual way of cheating.
Pretty much.
All right. Back to your thing.
Yeah.
Back to your normally scheduled programming.
But back to our normally scheduled, not painting, apparently. I'm just looking at data cards.
Fun.
Okay, so something to keep in mind with the Blade Guard. So you cannot attach an Apothecary to him, cannot attach Librarian to him. At least I'm going off index cards. These might have slightly changed. I don't think a lot of these changed massively, but slightly changed. I don't have the codex yet. But, okay, so we're looking at Lieutenant and Captain. You can attach both of them. And if you attach one of them, you can attach a Blade Guard engine. If you do a Chaplain or a Justiciar, it's only those. What you get for those, the Justiciar swinging an autocannon of a sword. 5 attacks, 2-up weapon skills, strength 7, AP neg 2, 2 damage with devastating wounds and precision. This guy's not messing around. He has a 3-up, 4-up, so same The Forb's only against melee attacks, but you have the bodyguard of blade guard, so it's not too bad. By the time anyone's going to be hitting him, unless they're a sniper, they're going to be in melee anyway. Temper Mortis, well, it's muzzling unit. That unit has fight's first ability. And Silent Fury, each time this mod destroys an enemy character model until the end of the battle, add 1 to attack characteristics of this Executioner Relic Blade. What's up, Shiny? So that's potentially really brutal if you pull off him getting into a lot of character fighting, and also the fights first is absolutely insane. It's like legitimately one of the best abilities in the game, is fighting first. Especially today, where again, having good transports means you can be in what any fights you want to be in. If you don't want to be in a fight, you don't have to be in a fight, because you're mobile. If you're in a fight you don't want to be in, then you screwed up. Chaplain. You get Litany of Hate. Each time a model in this unit makes a melee attack, add 1 to the wound roll. So you're wounding, with Blade Guard, you're wounding Marines on 2s. And then you can negate Battle Shock once per battle. And they're swinging 5 attacks, 2 up weapon skill, strength 6, neg 1, 2 damage, cruisers on cannon. If you pull the Captain, Rights About, and Finest Hour, you take his same profile but 6 attacks, you make it 9 attacks and devastating wounds on his stuff. He has 6 wounds because he'll have the Relic Shield. Lieutenant will be... Lieutenant, actually, unless they changed it in the Codex, you can actually have the Lieutenant using anything you want with him, so he could actually be swinging 4 Power Fist shots, Strength 8, neg 2, 2 damage, and have, like, either a Neo Volkite or a Plasma Pistol. And everyone will have lethal hits. So all those attacks will be lethal hits, in addition to, like, Rights About, which is probably the good combo. Honestly, if I were going to be running a Giant Blade Guard veteran thing, I'd be thinking either Captain and Lieutenant, or I'd be thinking Judiciary. Looking at the, you know, I'm gonna pull this screen over here. We're gonna look through all specs thing. Chat over there. Maximize this so there's actually something on the screen. Here we go. So things that would go really well with Blade Guard. First company stuff. Any of these stick out as being really good? You'd think so. I suppose Legendary Fortitude on getting countercharged. Or Heroes of the Chapter plus 1 to wound as well. Well, yeah. Overall, though, these are not super. Oh, maybe the enhancements. Yeah, enhancements over here. Purim Sword just gives the same thing as the Blade Guard Ancient, to be honest. I don't expect much from the Anvil Siege Force. Stormlance is probably still your better go.
Infinite power.
Actually, maybe not, because again, transports are a thing. Stormlance makes sense when you're doing a lot of jump packs, as far as melee. Vanguard, in theory, you have the Blade-driven Deep to pre-deploy a bunch of them, so they get infiltrate, then they run into them. You have pretty likely to make him in. However, again, you look at what the rest of the army doing. Return strategic reserves ability for infantry and the enemy fight phase if unit is not in melee. That might actually be good to pull him out and throw him in somewhere else. And yeah, that might actually be a pretty good idea. Oh. Shooting or fighting. Crucible of battle, and then rapid embarkation. That's actually legitimately super brutal. But something D&D was 92. Oh, so thanks, Shiny. I'll check that in a minute. Ironically, and we look at the enhancements. Squad ignores all modifiers to the characteristics of the roll / tests they make, aside from saves. Tactics shit. Oof. I think we're probably honestly looking at the Gladius ain't bad for him. But honestly, again, looking at the Firestorm Assault Force, it's just so good. Because, okay, Battle Tactic. So yeah, if you run a captain with them, shield captain with the Blade Guard, and then lieutenant with lethal hits, you're looking at, like I was saying before, I mean, it gives you the chaplain ability, basically. You get +1 to wound if you're fighting the closest eligible target, which you're in melee, you're going to be. It's a battle tactic, meaning you can use it for free with a captain. You're a captain and probably a lieutenant, so now your +1 to wound is all after lethal hit. Or you could go Captain Ancient, and this one's actually not bad because you don't need to worry about the lethal hits as much. You lose, like, say, the Power Fist from the Lieutenant, but you get to add when the character missed the attacks of everyone else once per battle, and they have a bunch of objective control. And you're still looking at an 8-man Tactica squad, which can be transported by, like, almost anything, I think, except maybe, like, Impulsors, or like, little Impulsors. I don't think Impulsors can transport that, but I think everything bigger than an Impulsor. Oh, it's my thing. Yeah, Impulsor 6. So everything bigger than an Impulsor. Yeah, Impulsor 6, right. So everything bigger than an Impulsor can transport that right into the enemy. And let's say you do Land Raider Redeemer with a Firestorm with its giant fire cannons, which can easily transport 8 Tacticas. That's no problem at all. Yeah, that whole thing's pretty brutal, actually. Now, can you hit harder with other things? I think so, but that's definitely not a bad way of doing it if you just want to play, have some fun with Blade Guard. It's really good at chopping up Marines. I'm not just fixing all my windows here. But can I advance and disembark? Yeah, but when do you need to advance and disembark? Plus, actually, here's more important. Impulsor would be bad for... Impulsor's bad for melee units. Straight up. Because you can't charge after disembarking. You can't add Land Raiders. Yeah, actually, I think you just should do Land Raiders because of... when there are 6 Eliminators aside. Yeah, okay, that one makes sense. But we're talking Blade Guard. You do Land Raiders, because then they can jump out and charge. What I should have done before doing that, but it's fine, is actually put my texture paint down, but oh well. With Carbine Sergeants. Okay, that's disgusting. I'm gonna advance, disembark, shoot, and then move again. What do you think this is? D&D? Where I just have a set amount of movement that I can use at any point? In a Firestorm, everything has assault? Yeah. Well, everything has assault, you're correct. But, you can't normally advance after you disembark. Now, if it has something where the people inside can disembark, then advance, then yes, then you can shoot, and then move. But, yeah. However, then you have to ask yourself, when do you need Eliminators to be able to move like 30 inches in a single? It's a 48-inch wide map at widest points. Or a little bit more than that, I guess, if you go corner to corner. But then it's like, where's all your other stuff? Hey, sup, Shiny? I just saw that work in progress. The Impulsor moves and advances. Eliminators get out, shooting phase. And the shoots then move and embark on. Since it's the new phase, then the Impulsor shoots. Oh. Does the Impulsor have a firing deck? You can get 8 las fuel shots and 4 carbine shots. Oh! Wait, yeah. Wait. Yeah, it's fire deck 6? Does it really? What? Do I need some impulsors? I knew the Rhino had like firing deck 2. Oh, it'll be on the front. Ah, it's firing deck 6, good lord. Why aren't we just doing a bunch of plasma boats? They can move and decimate. Yeah, my camera. Needs to refocus. Okay. My camera refuses to refocus on me. Alright, I guess I'm a blur right now. Anyway, so if you have a lieutenant in there with the Hellblasters, do those shots still get lethal hits? I'd have to read up on all the rules on that. The sheep shooting vehicle, yeah. Well, cheap in points, anyway. No, okay. Wait, here's a question. If you overcharge the plasma in them, does the impulsor take mortal wounds, or do the models, or does the model die? The vehicle's equipped weapon, so you can overcharge, and then instead of your models dying, the vehicle takes 3 mortal wounds. That's actually pretty funny. Wait. Hold on. Can Firstborn go in an Impulsor? Can you put a Devastator squad and have, I don't know, 4 las cannons, a combi weapon, and like whatever a character's holding? It just says Astartes. So it doesn't say like Tacticus or Phobos. No, I get that. I'm just trying to think of like, how could you maximize your firepower? Yeah, because I know that's something that I would need the Codex version for, because them changing how all like the Firstborn and everything worked. I got it. We're good. We're good. Okay. The 4 Devastators, multi-meltas, zip them forward, shoot. With your assault, your 4 assault multi-meltas in it. Tactics or Phobos. Blast! We almost got the Devastator clown car. Because that would be the Devastator clown car. Think about that. Zippy little impulsor for like, what? Not even 250 points with 4 multi-meltas shooting out of it. Sternguard can only take a couple of heavy weapons, I thought, no? Go see what heavy weapons they can pull in, because it's not like before where they're a just a more expensive Devastator. Yeah, combi weapons aren't like they used to be, so like it doesn't hit the same for me. It's not like it's 4 combi meltas. It's 4 anti-infantry, 4 hitting on 4s, 2 shots, 1 strength 4, neg 1 damage, some nonsense like that. I hate the new combi weapons. It's so like garbage. You know, probably the biggest thing is that it's like insulting is that it hits on 4s to start. What even? Like, do you not understand the power we used to have with combi weapons? Like, hey, how about your jump pack chaplain is just rolling around with a melta gun? Just like a full-on melta gun. Or grav weapons. All our grav weapons are gone. We have a couple grav cans here and there, but like, grav guns? Gone. They were such good Space Marine hunting weapons. Yeah, listen. I should not require an entire additional unit of stuff to make a single gun good. Not good, normal. That's cope. The incursors are cope. Incursors you should take to make way better guns, even better still. You know what the +1 a hit should be for? For your eradicators that get full rerolls and are hitting on 3s. Except for their multi-melta, which is on 4s, but that's fine because it's 2 entire shots. It's not needed, but it's fun. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I don't find weak guns fun. I play Space Marines for the power fantasy of being a literal walking tank. And now I feel tough, but my, like, assault rifle with a underslung plasma gun as my equivalent of a grenade launcher is no longer a thing. And it frustrates me. Why do you think my entire list now is Gravis? Because Gravis feel like Space Marines in the lore. But also they're really good. To be fair, I am just also the type of person where I don't do really much of anything casually. If I'm doing something, I'm throwing everything at it. And part of it's because I'm salty I'm not immortal yet. So I gotta deal with the fact that there's potentially a time. I say potentially because I think there's a chance that, like, in our lifetime we might see, if not directly immortality, then the beginning of the leapfrogs to obtaining immortality. But anyway, currently the rules are I only have so much time to do stuff, so I'm gonna do things, you know, as incredibly as I can. Work hard, play hard. I play very hard. Oh, totally. I'm just doing my something of my job of just naysmithing things. So we're going to become Necrons? Yeah. Just more sophisticated. Well, no. Actually, we're going to become Mechanicus. The higher-end Mechanicus people are effectively immortal. And a lot of them look super crazy like robots because they want to look like robots, honestly. Because there's this character in the Horse Heresy who's a Mechanicus diplomat that is just as powerful as many of the other high-end Magos, but because she's a diplomat, all her stuff is made to be really subtle, and she still looks outwardly as human and sounds human. So, like, they can look super, like, sophisticated in their augmentation if they want to. It's just most of them don't because they literally worship machines. So they don't bother to make the stuff look clean and you know, biological. They literally abhor biology. It's part of their credos. But yeah, I think I usually throw it all under the name of, like, the immortality nanites. That's how I usually refer to it. But yeah, we have two routes of getting there, which is one, we make large scale jumps in life expectancy, in which case sometime during one of those big jumps, like in the time between those big jumps, we discover effectively stopping biological thermodynamic entropy, if you will. The other version is we get to the point where every year, or we get to the point where our extension of life expectancy exceeds by more than a year within a single year. In which case, as long as you stay alive, the medical capability of the time will keep you going indefinitely. And I think we could see that in, well, my lifetime, anyway. I'm about to be 30, so use that as your gauge. Well, I say about to be 30. In 6 months, I'll be 30. It keeps feeling like sooner because does winter really exist? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I knew you were in your, like, late 30s, early 40s. But obviously, I'm not going to try to predict, like, the exact year, so I'm not going to say, you know, when your lifetime, I don't know. It might be when I'm 80. I don't know when we'll hit the big threshold. But I think we're close, is the point. I don't want to live forever reasons. I mean, that's fair. I already have many lifetimes worth of things I want to do and accomplish and create. Way more than I can possibly do, even at the rate I am going right now. Which a lot of the regulars here already know this about me. I'm constantly burning, like having small-scale burnouts and exhaustion bouts because I push so hard because I want to be doing so much. If I could just not have fatigue, that'd be amazing, because I don't really want to rest most of the time. Or when I want to quote-unquote rest, I want to be doing something that's not directly productive, but I want to be doing it hardcore. Like whatever the hardcore version of that is. I want to be constantly pushing myself, and my body is the thing that holds me back. Experienced way too many horrible things in life to want to live forever. Fair. I've seen too much of humanity's potential to not want to see it play out across the galactic stage. Or intergalactic stage. I hear the stars calling to me. I know it sounds like trite and dumb, especially because it's like, oh, well, why don't you become an astronaut? Because I know I don't have the temperament and inclinations that would make a good astronaut right now. Instead, I can try to live long enough that we get up there, you know, normally. Or, you know, generally speaking, if you will. It's the point where we can overcome the market forces that make it inhibitive for the average person to go up there. Or go to other systems entirely. Which, if we turn out FTL is not a thing, humans in front of other, humans in other star systems might be a tens of thousands of years in the future situation. I can wait that long. My consciousness can wait that long. My body currently cannot. That's the problem. You don't have the political connections to be national. Let's just be honest about this. Oh, that as well. That's also a thing. Yeah. Yeah, here's the thing. I can wait for it to become a normal person thing to go into space or to go onto a colony ship to an established colony that's not people eating, you know, fake potatoes as their only sustenance or what have you. I'm okay with waiting for that. It's just my body can't wait for that currently. So that's where I'm stuck. For those of you that might be watching and wondering why 2 of these don't have any rocks on them, it's because they're supposed to have corpses on them. Or a becoming corpse on them. But I decided that I will return to do the corpses after the rest of the list is built and painted. so I can play the list before they change the rules on me again and my list becomes invalidated one way or another. Which wouldn't be that hard because there's a fair bit of repeating in my list. So if they say increase Land Raiders by 20 points and the Apothecary Biologist by 5 points, no, 10 points each, my list is validated. Ugh. Been tortured, being cheated on, I love my life, not love me, and be abusive, and I love my life, kill herself because a shorty. Yeah. Fair. I'm not against other people not wanting to live forever. I just want the option to live forever. I want the option to live forever for me. Or let's put it this way. I want humans to have their lifespan to be an optional number they choose on. like I want death to be an opt-in system. Yeah. Right now, death is an opt-in until a certain point, then it's a requirement. And I don't like that requirement part. I don't like being told what to do even if when it's by the universe. Okay. These have to dry. So I am going to pull out the heads and we're going to prime those. Begin painting those while those dry. Hopefully, I'll also have the energy, or dry, whatever that is, to continue finishing those, which they're not super far from being done, besides drying time, which, ironically, the next thing we'll be doing to them is lathering them in Nuln Oil, which then also has to dry. It's like literally like 3/4 the amount of time left to do those is just drying time, good lord. Ugh! Is there a possibility tonight we'll see these guys done? Yes. Will I be able to take pictures of all 5 of them yet? No. In fact, they'll probably be the last ones to be taking pictures of because they really don't make sense without the bodies. But I'll be able to move on to the Dreadnought. I mean, in theory, well, no, these are taking up a bunch of corks now. They're already glued and ready to go, so. Don't worry, I have my reasons. It's gonna take long enough. I even want to mask up now. Sorry. It's made out of drink. We need a black primer. And then choose my more liquid matte black. Alright, I'm gonna try to make this real quick. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this. It's kind of just a because it's required step. I would say I'm especially motivated to move this project along because now I know I'll be having a car sooner than later. It means I can go to my local game store sooner than later. What's frustrating is that I am still waiting for really half my list to even get here in pieces. I am waiting for another Land Raider Redeemer, and Grounds Captain, and Apothecary Biologist. Oh, finish up these heads and the bases. Get the Heavy Intercessors. Next week, starting Monday, we start on the Ballistus Dreadnought. And maybe even finish that next week would be good. Then work on a bunch of Eradicators. Actually, we might have to wait on the Eradicators. I might go straight to the Land Raider. The Land Raider I currently own. Once that delivery comes in, then I can start the characters there and knock those out. Those usually take about 3 days per. 4 days per? 3 to 4 days. Well, to be fair, I spent an entire day on the banner on the Grounds Captain, so that would have taken a lot less time. So I've spent weeks now on these Heavy Intercessor for a variety of reasons. Okay, not nearly this much primer. Because even if, like, it's not perfectly opaque on the black, I was about to give him a matte black layer anyway, so that when I go back to clean stuff up, not that there should be a huge amount to clean up, but when I go back to clean stuff up, it's just, it's the exact same color.
I want you to lift me up so high, a place that no one's ever been. Take me to oblivion. I wanna feel the dark with you. A place that no one's ever been. Take me to oblivion.
I probably should film this down. Yeah, this is gonna suck too much. Ah! So actually, been picking up a fair bit of traction on Facebook, but actually I left a comment on something. It was the story about the snail in a D&D campaign. That this snail or slug or something like that got adopted by the party pretty early on. And so they kept using various necromancy magic to keep it alive every time it died. And eventually they cast either speak with animals and themselves, or speak, I don't know, whatever. The gods, they could talk to the... Yeah, go play D&D. Like, right now? Be pretty ironic. But they enable themselves to talk to the slug. Snail. The snail's like, oh, this is like torture, this is horrible because I'm just not allowed to die, I've already lived and now I just wish to die, yada yada. Skill issue. Give me his immortality. Meaning of life is how you live life and what you do with your life. Death is positive thermodynamics. Stream starts at 9 Eastern. You playing in a stream game? Nice. Why don't we have links to this? Post links somewhere. We have a promotion channel. I mean, if it's streamed, it's public, which means that it's shareable. Unless it's like a privately streamed game. Why that would be a thing, but theoretically, it's possible. Nice. Hey, Sai, you still here? If the, unless people have more Warhammer stuff they want to go over, I'm gonna spoil a bunch of Baldur's Gate mechanics. I guess on, like, the self-promotion channel. Or in one of the D&D general. I smell toast. No, I think this paint comes out funky. Someone might be making popcorn. That's a lot more likely. I'm just smelling hot oil. Thanks, Chief. Yeah, people want to go watch our good friend Diablo Bob, also known as Don't Read This, play D&D. Go to the Discord, go to self-promote, watch his thing. If you want to run GameScam, probably not until next year. Noted, noted. Is it an exclusive stream? You messing with me, Sai, or? Oh, I gotta clean up. Yeah. We're not done with you. Good lord. I am making a mess. Purpose. Say that like it's an impediment. No impediment for me because of my living situation. Would not be otherwise. To be clear. It's just so we're clear. Oh, you apologize. Man, I've had people come in and just troll my appearance for 2 hours. You missed that stream. That was a fun stream. I think, was Sai there for that? I know Venom was there. Hey Venom, you here tonight? I know sometimes you're just lurking and painting.
I can feel your eyes on me. You are near. Chasing down my silver light. Have no fear. Come and follow into the water.
Hey, stream of you as the guy from Full Metal was epic. Stream as me as the guy The what? I'm so confused. What?
Come and get me. Come and get me. Come and get me.
Here's the thing I was gonna check.
So come try and catch me if you can.
Assuming you're talking about being trolled for how you look.
Come try and catch me if you can.
Oh, the stream where I was talking about, talked about, yeah. Self-referenceception right there. Send it back here.
Come and get me.
Okay. So before you go, thoughts on a rogue in 5e with 24 AC and disadvantage to hit it? Baldur's Gate, it's Asteron, who's a arcane trickster. He has dexterity 5 from 20 dex. I don't remember what his armor does exactly, but he has armor gives him more AC, does not limit his dexterity, obviously. He has his cloak is a cloak of displacement, so it's like effectively blur until it fails per turn. Like he has this, it's each turn it turns back on, and you have everyone at disadvantage to hit him until someone hits him. That's off until the new turn, and then Shopsai. And then, because an arcane trickster, he takes mirror image for like an extra 3 AC. Like he has 21 AC normally, then can take mirror image for even more. Sigh. Die. That is me when I play medic. Yeah, I can't remember what his like a lot of his armor does, because I don't get new armor for him very often. And the thing is with Baldur's Gate is Baldur's Gate doesn't use attunement, so it's like really just like every single equipment slot can have an enchanted something or another in it. There's no limit, which obviously really throws off the balance of like D&D. But I mean, hey, but yeah, he's kind of hard to hit. My Karlach currently has, for a Barbarian, for a Berserker Barbarian has adamantine armor, because she gets so much armor from the armor that she doesn't need any of the bonuses for not wearing armor whatsoever. Like she has like 19 AC, reduces all damage by 1, people cannot crit hit her, and the armor also applies reeling, or has a chance of applying reeling when people miss an attack. That's just from the adamantine armor. That's her main armor piece. Like the amount of, because there's no attunement, the amount of like magical effects from armor and equipment on any one of these characters now that I'm level 10 is like 15 different effects. It's insane. Oh, her gloves give her 18 dex. Just flat, just raises her at 18 dex. with one equip, she goes from I think 12 decks to 18. It doesn't help. That's all the equipment does. It just gets you the 18 decks. It doesn't increase it more if you already have high decks. It just makes you 18 decks. And it's like real decks, by the way. Alright, catch you later, Diablo.
All the roads we travel, the journey of our lives. Take another picture before we say goodbye. Arm in arm, we're
Yeah, Sai, you would get a real kick out of Baldur's Gate items because so many of them would just be absolutely overpowered in a normal game, but all equipment is overpowered, so...
one last time, let's live for something. I can feel my blood, it's rushing. This ain't goodbye, we'll be back someday.
Yeah, it includes the armor that, or the equipment enemies are using, which is where most of the equipment comes from, let's be honest. Especially because how many of them give you a per short rest or long rest use of a spell. Like, I don't remember what exactly, but something on my rogue just gives him once per short rest a level 3, what's it called? It's like the fire rays, like I don't remember what they're called now. Just like the Rays of Fire spell. It just gets a level 3 version. Just like built in. One Piece game, the power scaling designed for stats to go to 30 instead of 20. Today the first player reached above 20 in stat, 21 in strength. Ooh. Oh, how about a potion that for 10 turns you get all resistances. You are resistant to literally everything for 10 turns. And you can just make that potion. It's not easy to make it, but you can just make it. I have like 3 of them. I haven't determined that I've had a need to use it yet, but yeah, you can just... And what's also fun in this game is that you can throw potions at someone and yeah, hop and cool.
Although it's over now, don't let it get you down. We'll be back around.
I'll have to make sure, actually. I don't know if people hear you, actually.
We can feel some sorrow. A new day, it starts tomorrow. We'll wake up, new dreams to follow.
Yeah, actually, I just realized. I don't know if anyone...
Hello?
Oh yeah, people can hear you. You're good.
Yo, so in the One Piece game, so the person who pays for this One Piece game is one of those people who have a lot more money than they do time.
Okay.
And one of the people in the One Piece game has been drawing in manga style since they were like little, right?
Yep.
Them working together along with 3 unironically paid mangaka employees have been developing for like a few months now a manga for our game.
What?
Like, from the stuff that's happening. And they finally released chapter 1, and oh my god, it is so good. Oh my god. It looks like it's genuine. Like it's like nothing, it's not crappy, it's super good, the story makes sense. They haven't gotten to anything we've covered in the game yet because they're going through backstory still. But it's like 12 pages, like one first chapter. I was like, geez, that's insane. I'm gonna get you the link to it right here.
Unironically becoming Matt Mercer.
Yeah, like the player, this guy's like actually been working on getting full done like artwork and shit done.
So here's the downside though.
Send you the link right here.
Because it's in One Piece, you can't, I don't think you can license and sell this.
You can't. No, it's for us.
Okay, but
This
I'm
guy
saying
just wants this. He wants this made. He doesn't want to license and sell this. He wants this made.
I-
He has a lot of money.
I get that, but for you, well, okay, having a lot of money, you could always just get more money. You, however, need more money.
This is just something
that's all I
the
got.
players are doing on their own.
Right.
I have no involvement in this. I'm just running the game and making the thing up. Like, it's so cool just to have, like, it's almost like fanship made by the player, not a fan. But like it goes through a whole, like, makes it like meld inwards with shit that's happening, that happened in the show. So it, like, in the anime and like the show, so it actually fits in so well.
That's cool.
Like the first like 4 or 5 panels are a lot of like panels taken from the manga to just show shit that was happening in the area when this stuff happened. But then there's also like a fuck ton of custom, like 99%, like 98% custom shit.
How many hundreds of episodes of One Piece do you have to watch before any of this makes sense?
This doesn't happen. This is happening right now.
Oh, so all of it.
Like the stuff that he's including, yeah, because essentially, well, actually, it happens like, yeah, you don't learn about it right now, but in the anime, all the stuff that happened 2 years ago, but it doesn't get revealed until right then, and his backstory is part of the cataclysmic event that happened that 2 years ago, you know?
Let's see.
But you didn't get revealed that any of it happened until like episode 1150. So it's not even worth it to try and figure it out.
Internal screaming.
Yeah, I think it's by page like 5 or 6 that it's all fully custom and not really backstory stuff anymore. Ah, crap! I'm getting a call. Maybe I'll be back in a little bit. This is an important one.
Okay.
Sorry. See ya.
See ya. Alright. What else is on the docket? Really, I didn't have much else planned except for making significant progress on these Heavy Intercessors. That's as far as I got. I finally made a breakthrough in work that's held me up all week, and by breakthrough I mean I have admitted defeat and kind of going with the easy option until something happens later, I guess. Just moving on. Past what I was stuck on.
Save me. I'm running out of air. I'm running out of air. I'm running out of air. Za uwe fruik ni maya niftavan ting mikunting nari tumpaya katos ake akatos ekon talana werutasi. Za uwe fruik ni maya niftavan ting mikunting nari tumpaya katos ake akatos ekon talana werutasi. Za uwe fruik ni maya niftavan ting mikunting nari tumpaya katos ake akatos ekon talana werutasi.
Okay, alright. I didn't look into it deeply, I just saw, like, a snippet about it. Apparently, the Mechanicus got announced this new Stilt Sniper? Whose idea was this? I guess some people think it's kind of cool. That has to be one of the most ridiculous looking models in the range of all of Games Workshop's products I have seen yet. What even happened during the development for that? What was that? Like, where do I begin explaining all of the horrific problems that would come from being on stilts in a battle? It's hard enough to be on stilts when nothing's going on. You're gonna tell me you're gonna be on stilts in a battlefield? And yeah, sure, you could make it so it's like as easy as walking. You know how hard it is to walk in a battlefield? And that's your sniping platform? You're gonna be on stilts and snipe? Like, I hate everything about it. It's a thanks, I hate it moment. Easy. I actually had the thought almost instantly. It's like, if I see those start popping up at my local store, I'm gonna go out of my way to target those things first. Just so I don't have to look at them anymore.
close, if only for a moment. I don't care where it's going, and show me what'll happen when we let love win. 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 When we let love win.
Oh, I missed a little pegs in the front there.
Getting stronger every day. Keep on pushing through the pain. Keep on grinding till we die. Ain't no mercy in this life. There's nowhere left to run away. No, there's nowhere left to run away, run away, run away, run away, run Getting stronger every day. Do the bullets and the flames, but the fire's in your eyes, and there's no place left to hide. You got nowhere to run away. No, you got nowhere to run away, 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 run
Oh, I just didn't. Wow, I really skipped stuff. Oh yeah, isn't one of these guys' helmets supposed to be white? The sergeant? Yeah, I suppose I should figure that out, huh? You know what, that's fine. That's, it's not a big deal. I'm gonna paint 4 of them as normal after I do the metal, and then I will go back, and then in the last one I will paint, yeah, I'll just paint the surface of it white. Won't even be that huge of a difference, really. Casually switching from black armor to white. Iron Breaker really doesn't want to move. Still drying for the most part. What I'll do is I'll just go and do all the smaller details first, and then I'll go back and do the neck seals after. Which really could just be a tiny bip on the front in all reality, as no one's gonna see the back anyway. Actually, the ones on this with the side profiles, maybe. Oh, my brush is getting old again. I don't have real tips on like basically anything.
Silence slips into my world, and it follows into a dream. Sun comes crossing the water. We're breathing sunlight and resting our eyes. I've been thinking about the way you look, the way you talk, the way you turn. I've been thinking about the way you move, the way
It's starting to properly hit me now.
you burn. I can't pull myself away, even though I know you do me wrong. I can't pull myself away, even though I know you do me.
Alright, so the idea is now we got all the mel done. Next do the black highlights, then paint the white helmet. Paint the fifth one white entirely, and then we go back and do all the eyes. And that'll be that. At some point in there, hopefully the texture paint will be dry. We can throw no oil on it. Question is, will I last to get to that point? No. In theory, there's a lot of things I could be talking about right now. I'm just having a hard time finding a starting point. I've been thinking and listening to a lot of stuff about both Ukraine and Israel, and in more than a couple conversations, usually in various Discord political servers. I had an interesting conversation today about the nature of, or the mechanics behind sin displacement and blood sacrifices in Abrahamic religions. That was the whole thing. Actually, before I get going with the black armor highlights, I'm actually gonna go pee. I'll be back in a second. Alright, I'm back. Okay. So, I got this properly. Max Pro Neutral Gray. That's what I'll be using. I'm just gonna be edge highlighting. Hedging my bets that this will look fine even with a normal layer. Just going straight to the, or normal highlight. Just going straight to the edge highlight. Basically is where we're at. As a way of explaining that. But yeah, I'm trying to bridge the gap between really good paint job and reasonably quickly. We want them to look good without taking absolutely forever. With like a semi-standard GW look.
Summer in the hills, those hazy days I do remember. We were running still, had the whole world at our feet. Watching seasons change, our roads were lined with adventure. Mountains in the way, couldn't keep us from the sea. Here we stand up in arms, this is home where we are. Together strong in the world that we made. I'm still here in the breeze, see your shadows in the trees. Holding on, memory never fades. Summer in the hills, those hazy days I do remember. We were running still, had the whole world at our feet. Watching seasons change, our roads were lined with adventure. Mountains in the way, couldn't keep us from the sea. Here we stand up in arms, this is home where we are. Together strong in the world that we made. I'm still here in the breeze, see your shadows in the trees. Holding on, memory never fades.
And yeah, for most of these, you're probably not going to be able to see the back of them, but I know a couple of them are going to be looking off to the side. So I'm covering all my bases. Terrible. Make sure the backs get hit as well.
You're gonna break my heart. You're gonna tear it apart. No matter what you do, I'll still be there for you. And when you call my name, I won't be far away. No matter where you go, you'll never be alone. Be alone, be alone. No, you'll never be alone. Be alone, be alone. No, you'll never be alone. Be alone, be alone. No, you'll never be alone. Be alone, be alone. No, you'll never be alone. Be alone, be alone. No, you'll never be alone. Be alone, be alone. No, you'll never be alone. Be alone, be alone. No, you'll never be alone. Be alone, be alone. No, you'll never be alone. Be alone, be alone. No, you'll never be alone. Be alone, be alone. No, you'll never be alone. Be alone, be alone. No, you'll never be alone. Be alone, be alone. No, you'll never be alone. Be alone, be alone. No, you'll never be alone. Be alone, be alone. No, you'll never be alone. Be alone, be alone. No, you'll never be alone. Be alone, be alone. No, you'll never be alone. Be alone, be alone. No, you'll never be alone. Be alone, be alone. No, you'll never be alone. Be alone, be alone. No, you'll never be alone. Be alone, be alone. No, you'll never be alone. Be alone, be alone. No, you'll never be alone. Be alone, be alone. No, you'll never be alone. Be alone, be alone. You're gonna break my heart. You're gonna tear it apart. No matter what you do, I'll still be there for you. I'm alone here on my island, floating in the sky. I'm high above the world I used to know, and I'm far from any danger, safe from any failure.
Keep
Guarded,
moving
I
too
found
far forward.
shelter in the storm.
How dare.
I'm hiding in the blue, safe between the clouds. In the blue, where I can't be found. Was a soldier in the legions, fought against the demons, fought against the monsters made of gold. But they stormed across Arcadia, following the nature, washed away the place I once called home. I'm hiding in the blue, safe between the clouds. In the blue, where I can't be found. I'm hiding in the blue. I'm hiding in the blue. As time goes racing by, I'm wishing I could be fine, but I'm still so stuck on what used to be. Made a prison out of my mind, watch life as it goes by. Battle scarred my own worst enemy. I'm hiding in the blue, safe between the clouds. In the blue, where I can't be found. I'm hiding in the blue. I'm hiding in the blue. Hiding in the blue. The world's passing by and I lost sense of time. I've gone numb, I miss the days when we were making
I
legends.
think that's one.
The days come and go. I'll wait through sun and snow for you to come and take me from this place and bring me home. In the blue, safe between the clouds. In the blue, where I can't be found. I'm hiding in the blue. Hiding in the blue. In the blue. Come and fly away with me. 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 Don't you be afraid, everything will change. You and I jumping off the edge. They say dreamers never die, so come and fly, come and fly, come and fly away with me. We're rising, we're falling, we're making through. We're climbing, we're soaring, 1,000 views.
Oh, I completely missed the edge with that one. Actually, I just panned a bunch of black next to it. Nice.
Somewhere by the emerald sea, where the moon and water meet. Somewhere close to harmony. Something's gonna bring the change. Journeys we are meant to take. Something at the edge of space, calling us to fly away. Don't you be afraid, everything will change. You and I, jumping off the edge. They say dreamers never die, so come and fly, come and fly, come and fly away with me. We're rising, we're falling, we're making through. We're climbing, we're soaring, 1,000 views. We're rising, we're falling, we're making through. We're climbing, we're soaring, 1,000 views. Come and fly away, come and fly away, come and fly away with me. Come and fly away, come and fly away, come and fly away with me. Something's gonna bring the change. Journeys we are meant to take. Something at the edge of space, calling us to fly away. Raise your weapon, sing a song. War is here, we waited so long. Prepare, my brothers, battle will come. And when we die, our legend lives on. See the mad moon falling. Side by side we stand strong till the end of days. Through the clash of our blades, we'll sing the warrior song.
It's just maximum entertainment right here. No, I feel stuck in this weird limbo where I'm like super tired, but I also really want to finish these Heavy Intercessors. So next week we're gonna start the Ballistus Dreadnought. Then you might be thinking, well, I mean, you just finished them off camera. And I'm then gonna respond with, well, the thing is, if I'm off camera right now, all I want to do is play Baldur's Gate. However, now that I'm thinking about it, I should actually have my full spread of D&D games. And depending on what's going on in those games, I can get away with painting. I used to actually do a lot of my Warhammer painting while playing D&D because most of my games are very roleplay heavy and dice light. Maps light, etc. And this is pretty brainless painting. I don't gotta think much for this. So actually, I could probably get away with doing this tomorrow. Because I don't know if this is gonna... Unless chat suddenly gets active, unless people start talking to me suddenly. I don't know if my energy's gonna actually perk back up and it's gonna become entertaining again. I think we might have peaked for tonight. So I don't think there's gonna be a whole lot of growth. A whole lot of interactivity. Unless one of you lurkers right now wanna get the ball rolling. That or I start mindlessly rambling with no rhyme or reason or direction. Which I guess some people might like that. Although the topic's probably going to end up something pretty heavy like, say, the Israel situation. Which I don't even know how much I actually have to say on the Israel situation from a monologuing perspective. I will say I saw a graph earlier today about the Ukraine conflict that this quarter so far in average number of artillery fire, number of shots made by artillery, Ukraine actually outnumbered Russia's artillery output. And it seems like a big deal. Then, like, I think the Israel conflict has kind of black-pilled me. I don't think black pill is correct. I think that might be a little exaggerating, but... maybe, like, military pilled me. Where, like... I feel like I'm at the point where if someone asks me who has the rights to any particular piece of land, I'm gonna say whoever has the capability to defend that land, whether directly or indirectly through allies. That's it. If you don't have strong enough allies to support your claim, or have the capability of defending it yourself against anyone else that might want the land, if you don't have one of those two things, then it's not your land. Or it won't be for very long. Because historical claims are garbage. You know why? Because it's arbitrary. It's arbitrary and cherry picking. Because who gets to decide how far back a historical claim can be made or is relevant? Someone has to decide that. At how many years is a historical claim relevant? And no matter what number you pick, that'll be arbitrary. It's arbitrated. Literally, like, by definition. It's just a number picked out of a hat. And, like, I guess there might be some kind of use for doing that if that's how you want to, like, create the system, but then you still... well, no, that's still, like, invalid in the face of my initial statement. because that system only works as long as people agree to it, which that's the same thing as people agreeing to the claim made by any other factor. The only argument that can be made that cannot be negated by someone else just disagreeing is one's ability to defend the land. If you defend the land, it doesn't matter if other people agree or not. So yeah, it's kind of... I mean, yeah, I guess it is a might makes right situation, but it's not right as in from a moral or ethical position, but a right as in the right to claim the land. So as far as Israel, well, currently Israel has the capability to defend the land. And also seem to have the capability to take the land. Gaza does not have the ability to defend the land, or the Palestinians. Or in particular, I suppose Hamas in this case, does not have the ability to take the land away from Israel. Or potentially defend the land from Israel. Well, I suppose that's yet to be fully seen, but odds are likely that is the case. I realize there's these tiny little, they're almost like, they remind me of like insectoid mouthpieces, but these two little like flaps here, or not flaps, but like panels. The other thing that gets real messy with trying to go off any other type of argument with like Israel and Palestine is because of the nebulousness of much of that situation. Because by my understanding, Palestine was not even a concept really until the 60s, well after Israel had already set themselves up there. Before that, that land was owned by the British and the Ottoman Empire before them. Those are just Ottomans, they weren't Palestinians. And to my understanding, and I could be wrong on this, but my understanding is they didn't even call themselves Palestinians really at any point until the 60s. Now, on an individual level, I'm not for anyone being mistreated or for war crimes, so anyone doing war crimes is doing bad things, but on a national level, or a collective level, I suppose, the government who gets power over a land is the one that can assert the force to hold that land. if anyone's in the chat that disagrees with that claim, by all means, give me your reasoning. I'm currently cleaning the brush a little bit so I can get a better tip here. That seems better.
Don't you be afraid, everything will change. You and I, jumping off the edge. These the dreamers never die. So come and fly, come and fly, come and fly away with me. Don't you be afraid, everything will change. You and I, jumping off the edge. These the dreamers never die. So come and fly, come and fly, come and fly away with me. Somewhere by the emerald sea, where the moon and water meet. Somewhere close to harmony, when the world is sound asleep. Something's gonna bring a change. Journeys we are meant to take.
There should be highlighting this.
Future space.
Just a little bit right here. What's that look like?
Don't you be afraid, everything will change. You and I, jumping off the edge. These the
I don't know if I care for that.
come and fly, come and fly, come and fly away.
Try the other side just in case. I don't think I care for that. I think I'm gonna black that back in when I go back. Clean that up. And you know what? Yeah, actually, I can make an ethical argument for the benefit of strength. Or that, actually, strength is a byproduct of being ethically superior. Because long-term sustainable strength means that you have long-term sustainable economic capability, which means that your people are doing better than, you know, the theoretical opponent. As you can only have a strong military if you have a strong economy. And to some extent a capable government in the process. And a strong economy can only be a thing if the people are hardworking and innovative, which comes from a strong culture. So if one culture is stronger than another, it is because that culture is simply better. Better at providing better lives for its people. And in the grand scale of things, more people would have better lives if more people were under the superior culture. And it's like the Darwinism of cultures and empires and nations. Well, cultures that their time has come and passed or have stagnated are no longer useful and are removed from the cultural gene pool, if you will. However, I do not think you should have to wipe a people out to supplant their culture. I don't think supplanting a culture is equivalent to wiping out a people. The individual humans, those are the So cultural assimilation, I think, is good. Genocide, very much not so. Because honestly, I don't think glorifying a culture that keeps its people, whether directly or indirectly, living in mud huts on the edge of starvation, ready to be wiped out by the first natural disaster to show up, is a good culture, or a good thing to keep around. Keep around the cultures that garner and encourage human strength, individually and collectively. The ability to continue. Because natural disasters are not going to be the worst of misfortunes to befall upon a people. I don't think a peaceful people are a harmless people. I think a peaceful people are the people that have the capability to be dangerous, but choose not to use it when it's not appropriate. Alright, these are effectively done until I go back to do the eyes, so we're now moving on to the light. move on to a larger brush too. Alright, for reference, now would be a great time for Venom to be watching. Something he was struggling with recently. This is Celestial Gray. I'm gonna go through and basically paint in everything but the metal. I might have to go back with a finer brush to do some of these areas. Yeah, you know who's a good example of this thesis are the Native Americans. Their culture did not extol them, I think that's the right word, I think that's what I'm thinking of, did not propel them towards advancing themselves technologically. So when other cultures that did have a preference for technological advancement showed up, they were no match. And even if Plague and Pestilence did most of the work, Europeans were no strangers to Plague and Pestilence either, but had superior medicine as well. Because that comes with greater technology. And you can make pretty much any moral or ethical or, ethics-based argument you want. The reality is still going to be that weaker civilizations are going to continue being wiped out directly or indirectly by stronger ones. And it starts at the culture. And that's one of the big reasons why I think why liberalism has taken off to become so powerful so quickly, is because it came at a time when technology was really speeding up, and liberalism lends itself best towards technological progress as a fulcrum point, because it allows the greatest breadth of individual thought, which means more ideas. And the ideas are encouraged even. And more ideas means through sheer numbers game, because most ideas are bad ideas, but through sheer numbers game and number of people. Well, numbers game through both the number of ideas and the number of people willing and actually going through with trying said ideas means we find more of the good ideas faster. And then refine them into everyday usable ideas. Temperamentally conservative cultures, on the other hand, struggle just to not stagnate and have a very hard time when it comes to technological development, particularly as they become more authoritarian. As ideas that go contrary to the wishes of the ideas that go contrary to the authorities in question are, well, subdued at best. And those that are tasked with coming up with ideas constantly have to toe the line and figure out what may or may not be, you know, appropriate, let's say. Which doesn't bode well for actually exploring ideas or even, you know, coming up with ideas quickly in the first place. Classic example was with Nazi Germany. The reason the Germans didn't look into nukes is because Hitler viewed quantum mechanics and particle physics as a, quote, Jew science. Or Jewish science. Well, that worked out well for him, didn't it? Operation Paperclip for the win. So yeah, you know what? Even if I thought America was imperialistic, which I don't believe it is, I'd probably be for it, as so far it seems like it is the optimal culture that's been figured out thus far. So it's not so much a might makes right, but might indicates more, indicates strongly towards being right to begin with. Might indicates right. Or might implies right. But this is on a collective / cultural level, like on a geopolitical scale. And the sum total of people are judged. we got our base coat. And next is shading precisely. Now it's being very careful and deliberate with our application of shades, which I am using the mix I made for the White Scars commission last year. It's a 2-1-1 mix of Apothecary White, Black Templar, and Lamian Medium. Basically just gonna drag this only through the recesses. At least that's the idea anyway. Although I think the right to land depends on your ability to defend, it actually does hold true at all levels. When I think about even, let's say in America, and you have the deed to a plot of land, you don't necessarily require the ability to defend it yourself. You have effectively, by having the deed, contractually acquired the defense of that land through, you know, the United States. Well, it's actually layered. So, first off, from local threats, say, you know, your neighbor that wants to take your land, that contract is with your local government, which is enforced through the police. And then, in defense against another country trying to come and kick you off that land, take your land, you have the United States military. And all of the allies that at any given time the United States may have. And that is your capability to defend your land through outsourcing to these public entities by being a citizen of the US Or actually, no, you don't necessarily need to be a citizen of the US. By having a contract acknowledged by the US for that land. And it's because the strength of the United States acknowledges the contract. Does everyone else have to acknowledge your claim? And if they don't, they run the risk of having to deal with the enforcement. So on every level, land claims do come down to ability to enforce the claim. Without the ability to enforce the claim directly or indirectly, the claim is meaningless. That's why conversations about which countries acknowledge or recognize other countries existing is important, because if enough countries don't recognize the claim of another country's existence even, then say someone attacking that country, you know, they're not likely to take any action on it.
Save me. I'm running out of air. I'm running out of air. I'm running out of air. I'm running out of air.
That's all the recess is shitted. Alright, this is where things get interesting. So, in the past, I have utilized Korax White, or Althwin White, depending, as my layer. I am out of Althwin White, and I am tired of Korax White, because the paint sucks. So for the first time, I am using Procryl White Blue. And then I will be highlighting it with, you know what? I will keep with the Procryl. See how it goes. I'm gonna highlight it with Bold Titanium White. See how this goes down. Oh, have I not opened this paint before? Oh, actually, I have. Nope. It's still sealed. That is... Oh yeah, this camera sucks when it comes to whites. This is a color and a half. Now, I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna fill in the majority of this with the white blue. With the idea of the more shaded areas sorta kinda keeping the celestial gray. Actually, I just realized an area that I with the shade. So these two edges here on our side here are so small that I'm only gonna bother hitting those with the actual edge highlight later. I kept my brush relatively dry. I guess I'll have to go back and just redo the nostril areas. For the vents? I don't know. Hold up.
I can feel your eyes on me. You are near, chasing down my silver light. Have no fear. Come and follow into the water.
It's a weird artifact on the actual mini. Ah, weird ear itch. 11 o'clock, huh?
Come and get me. Come and get me.
Well, I'd say this is coming along quite well in actuality. It is a little on the blue side, but I think once the white highlight goes on, then I might give a lot of this an additional coat to really opaque it in the front, because I think some of Celestial Gray coming through underneath is giving it a bit of more of a blue coloration than neat, or otherwise would. Particularly in these larger open areas.
Come and get me. Come and get me.
Something to always keep in mind when working with acrylic paints is that they are all translucent to a degree. I think translucent is the right one. At minimum, transparent. There's a transparency to them. Their opacity is, generally speaking, never actually even close to 100. Yeah, I think even some of the most opaque ones, like dark reds, require multiple coats to actually get properly opaque. And the thinner the coat you put on it, the less opaque that layer is.
Now close your eyes and rest in peace. still, had the whole world at our feet. Watching seasons change, our roads were lined with adventure, mountains in the way couldn't keep us from the sea. Here we stand, open arms. This is home where we are, ever strong in the world that we made. We still hear you in the breeze, see your shadows in the trees, holding on, memories never change.
Yeah, barring chat livening back up, I am probably going to be ending soon, as under most circumstances, about to hit my, or actually I already have hit my dinner time, as it is 11. And I think I am just going to finish up the rest of these heavy intercessors over tomorrow while going through D&D, so that Monday, or just over free time in general, and we will, regardless of where these sit, move on to the Ballistus Dreadnought Monday.
Here we stand, open arms. This is home where we are, ever strong in the world that we made. We still hear you in the breeze, see your shadows in the trees, holding on, memories never change.
But of course now I'm in a bit of a painting flow, but no, I should be ending. I remember correctly. I'm trying to remember. I can just pull out the actual model. Yeah, the guy's gonna be looking off to his left. Yes, I know, I said I just said. How dare you? Call me out for being a little crazy. Being prone to getting stuck in momentum. Yeah, the camera really doesn't do well against with white reflecting off it. Wonder if I had checked the UV detecting lens back on it. I didn't like how I handled blacks. Maybe it handles or darker color. Well, yeah, no, blacks in particular. Black, dark, gray, etc. Alright, well, I basically done with the layering of that, and it looks pretty good. In my off time, I will wrap up the Heavy Intercessors. Next Monday, we begin the Ballistus Dreadnought. It has been decided. Thank you, lurkers, for hanging out in my time of quiet after the initial energy of the stream died down. If you are still watching and still actually here, and you watch me paint or talk to me about other stuff, give it a follow. You know what to do. You're on the internet. You know how this works. And I will catch y'all next week. Have a great weekend.